Hello, everyone. How are you today? I probably could be, talking a little more. I just got started. Just got in. Welcome to episode 51 of this ish. I'm in software development. Let me go back. Let me switch to just chatting. Boom. Because right now we're just chatting. And we're going to be watching a few videos. Scenes. Let's go to browser. Wake me up. Bink. Ooh, my camera's all far back. I reset OBS sometimes and it just breaks, man. Okay, let's configure this video. Not that bad though, you know what I'm saying? If I had one that was a lot wider. About it. No down. Come on, buddy. Alright, we'll just do this. Boom. Oh, do you want to come up here? Here. Come hang out. Alright, we're watching this short. I run it back.
$5 million because of state law limitations. The jury.
Right. We're just gonna go here. We're gonna watch the Bad Batch, the season 2 official trailer. It's been provided by Nerdist, and let's see what this is, man. Full screen. Let's go.
You can buy your freedom. You can buy your freedom. You can have a future. Isn't that what you're after?
We're already free.
Clearly, you're not paying attention to what's happening out there.
It is time for a new era. There are others out there who need our help. We'll take all the allies we can get.
Is that a Jedi Wookiee? We need more Jedi Wookiee.
Go.
Let's get to work.
All right, that's gonna be pretty cool. I really liked season 1 of the Bad Batch. I'm kind of sad that I didn't know of them more whenever they were in the I guess the Star Wars animation that was on Disney. And but watching season 1, they seemed pretty cool. I really liked how they were clones, but they were, just because they had their defects, they had their own, purpose. Like they were a way more original than the Captain America carbon copy that they were. And yeah, if this season was anything like the first season, then, or if it's better, then I'm sure it's gonna be action packed AF. I really enjoy. Ollie, what are you doing, bro? Ollie's trying to eat stuff on my desk, and I'm like, there's nothing on here for you to eat. You're trying to eat. I have like a shell. What he's trying to get? I don't even know. I had food up here, so maybe there's like crumbs he smelled. Sorry, enough of that. But yeah, it comes out in fall 2022. Probably be on Disney Plus. I think I'll be down to watch that. Yep. Now let's talk about something else. Disney Plus be making not Disney Plus, but Disney be making that big money. They're really good at finding what everyone really wants and really needs, and then just providing that a lot. They've been doing that since, as far as I can remember. I know I watched many a Tarzan and Toy Story. Even though Toy Story is Pixar, I think Disney owns them now, but regardless. Great trailer, great series, love it. I already gave it a thumbs up. If anything, follow Nerdist. They provide a lot of great content. They're one of my favorite YouTube sites. I thought, like, if I have to make an account for something, or over the years I've just followed them just because they're good. All right, let's do some Disney stuff. We're just gonna go back this way, and then we're gonna react to some videos, and then I'm probably I might play some Heavy Rain, depending on how I feel, and then I might play some V Rising and or Minecraft, and then I might work on the website. But that's really what I have planned for today. I do want to get the games together. I do need to finish Heavy Rain. I'm pretty sure I completed a lot of it the first day. But all right. This is the Cody Ledge-Pakoff case. So, what is it about? From Prince, Georgia, BC, stretches the highway of tears named after so many women went missing there. In this video, we will look at one of the serial killers who operated there, self-professed country boy, and Canada's youngest serial killer, Cody Ledge-Pakoff. Alright, this guy has some Patreons, Twitters, and Instagram. If you're watching this on my video, look up that chapter, subscribe, and then check out all their links and give them likes, because that is what we do in this community. But we're gonna watch this video and see what this cat is all about. I'm kind of interested. Oh, whoa! Good thing I paused it. I almost spoiled it for myself. A little shaking on the mouse because I got a little dog Pakoff in my lap.
Hey you, and welcome. My name is Mike, and in this whole video, it's been a while. It's been maybe even too long, some might say, since we have been to Canada. Every time I cover a story from there, it's always really weird, and this is just...
Yeah, the ones from Canada that he's covered are kind of wild. The last case he did, well, I watched it. It was in Greece. That one was sad, but
it's no exception. Throw another one on the pile. Mr. Ledge-Pakoff is quite the guy. Exceptional in too many negative traits to mention. This case has many links to one I talked about briefly before, like a long time ago. It's not even on the channel anymore. The Highway of Tears. I've been raging to cover that one again. And like I said, this has many links to it. There's a few tears in this one, but definitely none for old Cody Leggy. So let's give it a go.
He's really, I guess it's Leggy. I don't know. Is he called him Leggy because it's leg-y? Right here.
let's set the scene. And what a scene it is to set. The city of Prince George lies in the heart of British Columbia. That wild and kinda serial killery place. Goddamn, bit worrying.
Oh man.
Prince George is home to about 75.
One of the guys in that little panel that he showed, I'm pretty sure he like killed this woman or these people because he thought he was in Skyrim. I was like, oh my gosh.
1,000 people. And apparently, according to some people talking about the town on like Reddit, it's quite rednecky. Make of that what you will. But it's affordable, it's wild, you got hunting, fishing, quad biking, and a lot of forest. Though its crime rate, as of recent years, has been a bit uppity. And that's just in recent years, so whoa boy, right? The story I'm talking about isn't that recent, so...
I wonder why the crime rate is going up in that area. Is it just because there's a lack of opportunity and people just have nothing to do? And they just do bad things? Or...
So they've been, like, outdoing themselves since then. They're enhancing themselves. They thought serial killers? It's rookie numbers. In 2020, it was ranked the 19th most dangerous city in Canada. It got a medal for participating, but now it's going for gold. Though it's not the city of PG, that sure as shit ain't PG, that you gotta be trembling, in your boots about. It's the road. And much like the novel of the same name, it's, dangerous. So dangerous, it's called the Highway of Tears. Beginning in the south end of Prince George is...
Do people just, like, pick the highway because, like, there's a chance for someone, like a highway like this, let me clarify, because, like, it's, like, if someone's car breaks down, it's like, just, miles to just do whatever, because... Or do they, like, impersonate as police officers or park rangers or something? Like, what is this? What is the thought? Why?
Is Highway 16. It slithers and snakes through remote, and I mean somewhere that's too isolated even for Bigfoot, countryside. What you have to have a go at there is essentially this. It journeys through wild country with great relish before reluctantly entering civilization. If I'm being generous, at Prince Rupert, a little seaport host to less than 15,000 people.
My goodness.
It's over 700 kilometers, 450 miles of pure grade A Canadian wilderness. And when the cat's away, and by cats I mean cops, the mice will play. And by mice I mean sickos. Over the last 50 years, depending on which criteria you use, the number of women, primarily First Nations, who have disappeared along that lonely highway ranges from a dozen to possibly almost 100. No one really knows for sure. I personally would probably kind of point the finger towards the higher end, because the police simply do not give a shit.
Yeah, it looks like it. They don't seem to be...
As I said, I briefly touched on this topic before. It's a big one, and one I will certainly be revisiting. So, I won't delve too greedily or too deep, mining for misery. We'll get back to it. Today we're looking at one case, in particular, or rather 4 cases which led to one.
4 cases that led to one person? Ooh.
Our first began on the 9th of October 2009, when 35-year-old Jill Stacy Stuchenko disappeared from Prince George. Jill was reported missing by friends and family on the 22nd of that month, almost 2 weeks later. Jill was the mother of 5 children, all of whom were in state custody. As Jill, she was a sex worker and addicted to drugs, something she had tried time and time again to quit. But, like the tide, each time she washed out, she was pulled back in again. Despite her troubles, though, she was well liked, she was apparently, lovely to talk to, and had a fabulous voice. So, her disappearing was frightening. Even more so when she was found.
Oh, man.
On the 26th of October, a passing hiker discovered half-buried remains in a gravel pit just outside of town.
Wait, what?
It was quickly determined she had died violently, suffering massive blunt force trauma blows to the back and side of the head and to the face. Almost a year later, on the 31st of October 2010, another woman vanished from Prince George. This time, it was 23-year-old Natasha Lynn Montgomery. She was last seen in the north end of town. She was leaving a friend's house, and she vanished into the night. She was a sex worker. Police would say she was leading a high-risk lifestyle, but it wasn't like her to not check in with her family. And they later contacted the RCMP and reported her missing. And then, you know, as you can imagine, things went into overdrive. You had your whirlybirds, you had your tanks, Inspector fucking Clouseau. Nah, it was more like just keep an eye out, few posters, and job well done. As usual, the family did all the heavy lifting. But she wouldn't be found. In fact, to this day, Natasha remains missing. It was over a week later that Cynthia Mass, 35 years old, she disappeared from Prince George once again. Cynthia, Cinderella she was known to her family as, disappeared on the 10th of September. She had become addicted to drugs, and with no escape from them. She ended up in an abusive relationship, pregnant, but escaped that and battled her addiction for the sake of her baby. A baby who was ultimately taken away, regardless. She was actually in the process of getting her child back, getting clean, when she disappeared. She vanished not too far from where Natasha did, in an area known to be frequented by sex workers just trying to get by. Cynthia was found on the 8th of October in L.C. Gun Park, on the other side of the Fraser River from Prince George. She, like Jill, had been beaten to death with some blunt weapon. Massive trauma blows to the head. In 2010, Lauren Leslie was 15 years old, growing up with one sister and one brother. She grew up with her mother in Vanderhoof, a town about an hour up the Highway of Tears from Prince George. She was great, she was kind, she was good in school. She was also legally blind.
You would think that if you had a highway that was known as the Trail of Tears, not because of something historic, but because people come up missing up on that, you know, you would think people would be trying to prevent stuff like that happening. Or is it like the type of people that they do not care about, that they just allow this thing to happen to them because they're oh man, this Cody Lechbikoff, man, he's no good, man.
She had 25% vision in one eye, 50% in the other, but that didn't hold her back from her dream of becoming a forensic pathologist. And so, as she had difficulty seeing and she kind of lived in the middle of nowhere, she spent most of her day on her computer, you know, online, chatting away with people from all over the world on all sorts of social media. And she was introduced to Nexopia, a Canadian social media site, a kind of a message board type kind of dealio. Lauren, her username was Ba the Sheep, and there was a lot of creeps on Nexopia. Definitely people that a young teenage girl should not be talking to.
Yeah.
And that is where she met a user called One Country Boy. And so to skip ahead for a moment, it was on the 27th of November 2010 that Lauren decided to, during the day, go and meet up with someone for coffee. Someone from Nexopia. It was that night, after midnight, that Lauren's father got a call.
Wouldn't that person be tracked, like, if they just, like, get on the internet? Because this is 2010, and, like, We got cell phones and stuff. This cat not. Oh man. But why? Cause the cat was going after like one type of people. Oh man. So was he? I wonder if he was meeting people off the site. Oh man.
From the RCMP, asking if he knew where Lauren was.
Wait, what?
The reason they called him was that they had found her identification in a pickup truck off an old logging road on Highway 27.
Oh my.
What had
gosh.
happened that cold, November night was that an RCMP officer was just driving along at about 9:45 of the PM when he saw this like 2004 pickup truck barreling down like an old logging road. The cop thought to himself, well, what's this all about? And it was weird as shit. So
Yeah,
the
it
officer
would be
pulled him
weird as
over
shit.
and saw the driver. Name of Cody Lejbikoff, 20 years old. Cody was covered in blood.
Oh hell. Oh.
So
my gosh.
Cody, in response to the obvious question, said to the officer, "Oh, what this? Me and a friend, we just we just clubbed a deer to death,
You clubbed a deer to death.
as you do. This is deer blood."
I don't know if I'm getting the story right or not, but just tell me what went on tonight.
We were hunting deer.
You were hunting
If
deer.
we run this blood, if we do a forensic match on it, we're gonna find out it's deer blood, right?
I guess so, yeah.
You guess so.
It obviously is.
Okay. The officer thought that was odd. At the very least, he was a poacher, so he called for backup.
Yeah.
And the tracks of Cody's pickup were followed back into the woods. Easy enough to follow in the snow. And there they would eventually find the lifeless body of Lauren Leslie.
Oh my god.
Her pants were around her ankles, and her head had been bashed in. In the car, they found Lauren's backpack with her ID, Lauren Toes, which is Lauren's mother's maiden name. They also found her phone, a pipe wrench, and a knife, covered in blood.
Holy
At
fuck.
12:07, Cody Allen Lejbikoff was arrested and charged with murder.
He gonna sit. Oh well, I said 11:11 right on time. But he gonna go over here and sit and say, "This is deer blood." Me and a buddy clubbed a deer with. And over here, oh, we run this is gonna be deer blood. I guess so, homie. You should have just turned yourself in. It would have been a lot easier. You was big dumb on that one, man. What is you doing? Oh gosh. Let's keep going with this.
The only person at that point Cody wanted to talk to was his dad.
He only wanted to talk to his dad.
The time now is
He didn't even talk to a
0015
lawyer.
hours on the 28th of November 2010. I'm arresting you for the murder of Lauren Dawn Toes. I am investigating a murder.
But I did not murder anybody. I don't know why I'm in here.
I told you, you're under arrest for murder.
I did not murder anybody. I want to call my dad.
You have the right to call a lawyer right now. How old are you? You're an
I want
adult?
to call my dad.
You're an adult? So you have a right to call a lawyer right now. Do you want to call a lawyer?
I want to call my dad.
Daddy, get me out of this. What Cody said had happened was, that his story was true. Him and his friend had killed a deer. The reason they couldn't find a deer body was that Cody's friend, who the deer, he had gone and picked up he dumped a body. That's why he wasn't around. He'd gone off with the body. As you do. But Cody said he had actually found Lauren's body. They'd killed a deer, beaten it to death, and then he stumbled across Lauren's body. He was like, oh shit. He didn't kill her though. He just saw her body. And then...
Right.
Today's date is the 28th of November. 2000.
So when they book him, get the clothes for evidence, and it's the girls.
Second account 4753.
Won't be a good look.
Yeah, broke off?
There are some circumstances which led us to put you into custody for the murder of a young girl, 15-year-old girl. Right. If this is the case, where there's some explanation here, you know, I'm willing to listen to you.
Yeah, there is. I had found her there. And I got scared. And I seen it. Seen her stuff lying on the ground. And yeah, I decided to take off. It's like, fuck this. I'm calling it extremely bad timing. I'm not gonna be saying anything else. Just so you know.
When I hear a story like this, man, it's a horrible thing to have happen to a person with your girl.
Of course.
Yeah. Like, what kind of person would do something like that?
I know.
I'm asking you, what kind of person do you think would do something like that?
Obviously, not a good person.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to wrap your head around, eh?
Yeah.
Like, do you think there's anything that would motivate a person to do something like that? Like, what would cause a person to do that?
Well, I don't know.
Maybe it was bad timing, but I don't know about all that.
Cody was 20 years old, living in Prince George with his girlfriend, and he worked as a mechanic at a car dealership in town, the Ford dealership in town. He had no history of crime and had never once popped up on the police radar before. He grew up in a hunting town, Fort St. James, a small town on Stewart Lake, about 2 hours northwest of Prince George. And unlike so many killers that we see, you know, serial or otherwise, Cody has no moments in his childhood that, you know, oh, well, that's why he is.
So did this guy just like wake up one day and just snap? See, right now he's saying he had no moments like this. What happened?
Is the way he is. There's nothing in his past where you can kind of point the finger and say, oh, that's why he's a fucking monster. He was a perfectly normal kid. He hunted, he fished, he was close with his family. He had a girlfriend, he had a good job, he did all his schooling. He was athletic, he was into sports, he was into clubs. Everyone who knew him either liked him or didn't have a problem with him.
Okay. Everyone we've spoken to about the young man here in Fort St. James says they didn't see it coming.
When my friend told me it was Cody, our friend and stuff, and I couldn't believe it either. I was like, oh my god, that was Cody, because it's from your own town, right? So that's when you're like, this is unbelievable.
His reputation at this school was as a popular...
It was
What is that hat, bro?
Cody,
like, what is this?
Our friend and stuff, and I couldn't believe it either. I was like, oh my god, that was Cody, because it's from your own town, right? So that's when you're like, this is unbelievable.
His reputation at this school was as a popular athlete. He was into country music and dirt biking, played minor hockey and soccer.
He attended all the family events, and every single member of that family would be shocked.
Yeah, I bet they would be.
That 3 more counts of murder would be levied against Cody Allen Lejbikoff. Cody was linked swiftly to Lauren's murder. Well, besides what they already had, when they went through his phone. They had conversations between them on Nextopia and via text message, and they painted a clear picture. Cody would eventually change his story again, saying that, oh no, they had known each other, they were friends, he had picked her up from school,
Wait,
and then he had driven her into the forest, they had sex, and then she just lost it. She started beating herself up, punching herself with her fist, then she grabbed a pipe wrench out of his car, whacking herself, and then she grabbed a knife and stabbed herself to death. OMG. Cody would say, okay, he did hit her, but that was just to finish her off. Mercy killing, really. He's the good guy here. He did.
So his story went from, I don't know this person, to, yeah, we picked him up, some stuff happened, and then she started, you know, trying to unalive herself with a wrench and a knife. But you know, I gave mercy and just finished it. And like that, it went from not knowing her to that. I don't know.
Did her a favor.
I don't think either. I don't know, man. You now know both. Neither of those are true. That he probably just
hitting yourself, and I was more stunned and in awe. And at the end of it, I was just like, "What the f is going on here?"
Lauren Leslie had actually been suffering from depression. She'd been diagnosed with it. And so she presumably told Cody while they were chatting over like Nexopia. And so I guess when Cody, you know, found that out, he was like, well, putting that one in the back pocket, that'll come in handy. Oh yeah, she was depressed. She killed herself. Oh wow. The messages though said otherwise, you know, to what he was saying. He was sending her all this like sexual shit all the time. She was a child. She was not into it at all. She just wanted to hang out. Cody had other intentions. He had picked her up from school, driven her into woods, and then did what he did, and the evidence on him, around him, spoke, you know, for itself. And when they searched his home in downtown Prince George, they found a shitload more.
Wait, what? So wait, how did his girlfriend not know that he had this stuff going on?
There was blood everywhere in his apartment in downtown Prince George. This is like that fucking Adam Strong back.
Wait, what? Oh my gosh, dude, this place was a wreck.
Bastard all over again. Jill's blood was on his couch. Saturated.
Wait, oh my gosh. So, oh, it's under the couch. Wait, what in the world?
Cody had also moved after she was killed, and when the police searched his older basement apartment, they found more of Jill's blood soaked into the carpet. He had taken her back to his apartment when his roommates were away and killed her. The shorts Cody was wearing when he was arrested for Lauren's murder, they were tested, and Natasha's blood was on them, also on sheets in his bed.
So, like, none of his roommates ever, like, spilled a beer on the couch and was like, huh, why is this here? What is this mark in the bath? Why is the carpet like this in the bathroom, bro? Like no one asked any of this?
Bed and the carpet and in the bathroom. Also on the handle of an axe. She's still never been found, but she was likely chopped up and disposed of. And Cynthia, her blood was on his shoes and on a pickaxe in his apartment. Not good for Cody, but they solved 3 more murders.
What in the world? Like, I can understand being, like, young, I guess, and, like, the apartment being dirty. But, like, nobody was, like, aware enough to notice any of this stuff. Like, what the heck?
And he was charged with all of them.
In Prince George today, the start of a distressing trial involving the murders of multiple women. 23-year-old Cody Lejabakov is charged with first-degree murder, accused of killing 4 women in separate incidents in 2009 and 2010. Kirk Williams has more on what the Crown alleged in its opening statement.
He was like 19 and 20. I wonder, like, I don't understand how, like, none of the roommates or his girlfriend never figured out or saw any of this type of stuff. Like, they've been to his house and oh my gosh.
The Crown outlined its reasons to the jury why Cody Lejabakov has been charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. It paints a very different picture from the fresh-faced young mechanic seen in pictures. The Crown says that he regularly used cocaine and got that cocaine from sex trade workers. Jill Stuchenko was found in a gravel pit. Cynthia Mays was found near Prince George. However, Natasha Montgomery's body was never found. The Crown says that forensic evidence will link Lejabakov to the crimes through DNA samples of the victims on his clothing, tools, vehicle, and his apartment furniture. The fourth victim, 15-year-old Lauren Leslie, was different. The Crown says they met online on Nexopia, and they agreed to meet.
Cody went on trial in June 2014. It seems that when he wasn't being a good little boy with his fiancée, he was getting high.
Fiance? This guy was getting married, so he knew how to. He was an actor.
Doing the devil's dandruff. In fact, crack pipes were found in his car when he was arrested.
Wait, what? How did his girlfriend not know? Like, or did she just not care that he had the cocaine and the crack? What? Oh my.
Two of them. And that's probably what brought him into contact with Jill, Natasha, and Cynthia. Lauren, he found her on his own. During the trial, his defense attorney, when Cody took the stand, and he did take the stand, his defense attorney tried valiantly to elicit some kind of regret, some kind of sadness out of Cody at what he had done. About what had happened. Good luck! Was he able to? Was he fucked? No, you have to be human to feel emotion and feel.
I wonder if he was just up there like, yeah, I don't know, man, I just feel like bad things, you know what I'm saying, bad things happen, I really, you know.
Guilt or anything like that. Cody, it appears, doesn't qualify. He never expressed regret, guilt, sadness over the 4 lives he had ended, and of course he refused to take responsibility. He said not guilty to all of them.
Wait,
so why would he feel guilty? He told the jury that while he'd been present for every death, every murder, he hadn't done any of them, though. He'd just been there. Okay, well, he said, you know, Lauren, she killed herself, apparently. He just put her out of her misery.
Wait,
and Jill, Natasha, and Cynthia, well, others had killed them. Okay, he had been partying with them. They were sex workers, so they'd gone back to his place. And then he said, well, some drug dealers and their acquaintances had showed up. Mr. X, Y, and Z. And they killed them. He refused to name them or, like, give the police anything about who these mystery men were. He would always just say Mr. X, Y, and Z. The reason he wouldn't name them was because he was like, well, listen, if you guys are going to falsely convict me, I don't want to be, you know, I don't want to be a rat in prison. I'll get my head kicked in. So his excuse about these mystery men, these alphabet murderers, went down about as well as a wet fart. It was obvious as all hell what he was doing.
What if there were people that came in and did it? He didn't want to tell on them? I mean, Ollie, what are you doing underneath me, bro? Move your bone. I'm moving it. You're getting... There you go, over there, hang out.
He was convicted of 4 counts of first-degree murder and was sentenced to life in prison, though the 4 counts of murder were to run concurrently. So he really only got 1 count of murder. But that's no parole for 25 years, and the judge highly recommended against giving any parole for Cody Lejabakov.
In handing down the sentence, Justice Glenn Parrott said there was no doubt in his mind all of the murders occurred while Lejabakov was committing or attempting to commit a sexual assault on his victim.
So if you're in prison, right, you have life. You have life in prison until you die. You die and then come back. Are you out of jail? I just wonder.
Justice Parrott picked apart Lejabakov's testimony, identifying numerous holes in his story and calling his tale of drug dealers X, Y, and Z a fabrication. With his throat choking in a rare show of emotion, Justice Parrott paused to control himself while discussing the grief witnessed through the victim impact statements. These are not the actions of a simple killer, he said, but of something infinitely worse.
You know, there's all kinds of really, really gory, hoary movies out there. They don't even come close to what this guy's done. You know, like...
They don't care.
What is he?
He a murderer.
And so ends the tale of Cody Lejabakov, Canada's youngest serial killer. He got the coveted title. Good for him. You know, we cover a lot of Canadian serial killers, and they're all really weird. And here's another one. And though he was responsible for some heinous murders, there's a lot more along that highway which remain unsolved, and I'll get to them. Weird for Cody. Normal kid, seems that, well, I guess he wasn't after all. Odd how someone who, grew up so perfectly fine with no issues could end up doing what he did with no reason whatsoever. And the police never released the motive for what Cody was doing. Usually, there's some kind of inciting incident, right? Their first murder, and then they get hooked on it. It's like, seems like there's nothing for Cody. He just...
Yeah, y'all could find, though.
Was a monster. Cody Lejbikoff? More like Cody, would you fuck off? Thank you so much for...
Not sure how I feel about this one. I would have liked to learn more about what this guy was about. It seemed to just be an anomaly. All right. What game should we play?
Watching.
I really want that Steam Deck. If anything. It seems like a lot of fun. Oh, cool, they got that. They didn't be our chat. Only I can play right now probably like Heavy Rain. I get finish it. Was this the Dark Pictures anthology? It would be cool to play that. I hear it's better to play with friends though. New and trending with games. Cannibal Crossing? What's this? Oh, I gotta build a base. Wow. It looks pretty cool actually. Not gonna lie.
How can I go ghost someone without hurting them? You freaking savage.
Why is that playing? Probably cause like trying to figure out what game. All right, game question: do I play more V Rising? Do I finish Heavy Rain, or do I meme on something else? What are our top sellers? We got Dark Tide. What is this about? I'm trying to do that right now. What's in pre edition? I really want this dang Steam Deck. That'd be pretty hype right now, but it hasn't opened up for me, which makes me really sad. Um, this is probably everything for sale. Corpse Factory. What is this? Corpse. Discard your sense of morality and enter the world of Corpse Factory. An obscure website allows users to request death. Victims supposedly receive a photograph of their own corpse if they are killed, with English voice acting by an all-star cast. Corpse Factory is a visual novel driven by pure suspense. It's a psychological thriller with full English voice acting performed by an all-star cast. Become part of the story and influence the ending of this spine-chilling tale, and immerse yourself in the darkness with an atmospheric original soundtrack. You know what? I might do it. You think I should play this? Might do it. Hmm. I've never played a visual novel. If anything, I could just start Doki Doki Literature Club. Actually, I need to go to my wish. I'm gonna add this to my wish list. The reason why I don't want to play Heavy Rain is because it made my computer lag whenever I try to play it. That kind of got on my nerves. You know what? I might do. So wait, hold on, when did Corpse Party come out? May it came out this year. Dude, like no one's streaming it. Yeah. Yeah. I guess I can play it, put it on YouTube, and then get all the viewers from playing it. I don't really care. Corpse Factory, that's what it's called, right? Dude, my allergies are acting up. Oh my gosh. Hmm. Wish list. I don't know. I don't know if I really want to play Heavy Rain. All right. I need to figure out what game I'm playing. This game looks pretty fun too. But you know what? While I wait, this. I'm so stuck. All I really want to do is just I guess I could just finish Heavy Rain, but I don't really want it to again I don't want it to lag my computer. And what the heck is this? Can I remove this from my play this? Remove from my account. Yes, please. Oh, thank you. I don't want that on here. Alright. The siege looks pretty fun. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this game. Might be fun, but I don't really like shooter games. It might be fun, but I don't really care. I'm gonna play that. Don't care about for. Yep, jokes up. Don't care about Forza. I don't care about Destiny 2 either or FIFA. Nightingale. Settle jury survival and adventure to the mystery dangerous favor of a Nightingale, become an intrepid riftwalker and venture forth alone. What is this? Yeah, I might like this. I think I saw a video for this. Oh shoot. Yeah, I might like this game. What's Nightingale about? Hold up. Travel through rifts. Okay. So Nightingale, wish list Nightingale today. Okay, I did. The first person PvE open world survival craft game played solo or cooperatively with friends. Build, craft, fight, and explore as you venture through mystical portals into a variety of amazing and fantastical realms. So there's no PvP. You are stranded beyond our world, cut off by the collapse of the arcane portal network. This catastrophe has left you fighting to survive in a labyrinth of beautiful and dangerous Fey realms. Your goal: become a skilled realm walker and navigate the web of transdimensional portals. Only then can you discover your way to the magical city of Nightingale, the last known bastion of humanity. So survive the realms. Prepare to make your way through the Feywild forests, harrowing swamps, shimmering deserts, and shadowy jungles. The game actually looks pretty cool. Cook meals, build shelter, and muster the spirit. Okay, gather. Okay, we build and construct impressive estates from a variety of styles and tile sets of great custom structures. You get to recruit MP. Okay. Okay, so I can like gather people and they'll help me. Okay, freely roam expansive realms where stunning visuals will transport into. Okay, that's pretty cool. So this will be like I have a base, and then they'll like come try to take my base. Looks pretty cool. I wonder how like the co-op will work. Let's visit. Go ahead and accept all the cookies. So I can play with people I meet online. Okay, let's watch the rest trail. Okay. So this is like a vampire? Is that like a vampire? It reminds me of like little bat people from Elden Ring. They're gross. Oh my gosh, that face is fake. That's crazy. I wonder why they evolved to have a face like that. Was it to like trick humans into thinking that they're like friendly or something?
Ever since the day the portal network collapsed, stranding us in these realms, we have searched for a way home.
Lost and alone in the dangerous labyrinth of fantastical worlds.
The graphics look really nice.
Welcome to the lands of Fey.
Every portal is a chance for salvation. Uniting the lost survivors. Or leading us deeper into this nightmare.
it does look a little wiggity wonky because I feel like it's probably just like the little trailer they have, but it's like I'm still looking at it.
Nightingale, our beacon of hope.
Yeah, be a
But
beacon.
beyond our reach, as long as we stand together, our journey will unite us.
You, the Realm Walkers, are all that is left.
Everybody walked out with like shovels and like nets. How are we supposed to fight a big old guy like that? I think it's still pretty cool. I would like to see. It says it's supposed to come out. Let's see, Q4 of 2022, so like the end of this year. I mean that's not bad, but I mean like, yeah, you know. Is that really what we want to be doing right now? You know? Not kidding. All right. Let's get above this. Let's get above this. Watch me some Asmin earlier. Yeah, I really don't know if I want to play Heavy Rain right now. I want to play something that is equally story based, but maybe a little bit lighter on my PC. I don't know. And that this Corpse Factory, it seems pretty cool. It's new and trendy. You know what I'm saying? And then there is Dwarf. What is this? Dwarf action adventure with tower defense combat, dungeon crawl through the ruined kingdom, fending off hordes and turrets and traps. Punch them in the pits, put them in the spin blades, zap and burn them. So what is this? Is this a RPG? Like, hey, you want to attack my village? Okay, it is. It is like a little. So what is this? Dwarf is a tower defense dungeon crawl RPG where you play as a young dwarf tinkerer who adventures into a ruined kingdom and unearths the lost technologies of the ancient warsmiths, turrets, and traps. These are only weapons that can protect the dwarves from the Witch Queen. So build turrets and fend off swarms of monsters. Okay. Dungeon crawling, explore ruined kingdoms, bring with hidden secrets and puzzles, upgrade your turrets and traps. Okay. Use strategy. Okay. Okay. So it's most definitely a little adventure. You know, it's cute. I might actually play it. Seems like it's a solid buy. I'm gonna get it. It's over here. I'm gonna get it. I'm going to get it. Man, let me just do this. So I can like try not to dox myself, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna play some dwarf. We're installing it. Get some lo-fi music in here. Play some dwarf. Okay, okay. It's moving pretty fast. Go ahead and get them. It's challenge story with some dangerous choose challenge. Fight battles require you select tactical turret-based combat like a true warsmith. Go full when you start a new level or can move programmers. You'll always respond challenge. Wait, oh yeah, that's fine. I'll just play with a challenge. Before I do that, I'm gonna take a quick intermission.
Huh.
Ooh. Hey. Ah. Oh. Oi. Ah. Oh.
Hmm? Huh. Hmm. Huh? Hmm? Hmm? Hmm. Huh.
Huh?
Huh?
Ooh. Bro. 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 Oh.
Aw?
Huh?
Huh? Huh? Ah.
Aye.
Huh? Oh. Ah. Oh. No. Nah. Huh? Huh?
Oh. Oh.
No!
Oh. Aye.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
No. Oh.
What? Huh?
What?
Huh. Huh? Yeah. Hmm. Huh. Huh? Huh. Huh. Aw.
Huh. Oh.
Ah.
Huh?
Ma.
Huh?
Ah. Holy
Huh?
Oh, yeah. Huh? Aww. Huh? Hmm? Ah. Ah. Mm. Huh? Nah.
Oh. Oh.
Hmm?
What? Oh.
No.
Oh.
Huh?
No. No.
I just realized my mic was muted this whole time. Oh my gosh. You gotta love me. But yeah, I'm playing this is what I'm playing. Love you all. Thank you all for watching me even though I'm muted. I'm gonna be right back and I'll be here to play. We're back.
Huh.
Well, let's hope you live and step outside the mountain again. I like how shadows crawl on the ceiling. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep going forward. Alright, welcome to the borders of what used to be the ancient Kingdom of Promar. Really drawers first door, busy spider, busy. Indeed, for anyone that stumbled upon these parts many years ago, God is calling with its monstrous creatures. If you want to survive, wherever you leave them, the strengths and weaknesses of every turret and trap. Monsters of old blooded, a powerful arsenal, from jaw-breaking punch turrets to skull-splitting battle axe turret, and the Tesla turret, the mechanical masterpieces by electrifying. Master them all. Okay. That's set up right. On The scattershot turret has a shorter range than the crossbow turret. Now you see my workbench whenever you wish to change your equipment. There were multiple paths back here, and I kind of want to go check them out. The DPS, I think I might boost up the. I think my spin blade one. I like it because it could just sit there and like hold aggro for me. I guess it all really depends on your playstyle. I'm just glad I can like buy and sell scrap whenever. It's like because I like the zap, right? Are you sure it's so? Yes. This one did. Close 8. Yeah. again, I go back and just get points in the crossbow now. I think that's what I might do. I wonder what the best turret item is. It's really always about the setup. These mushrooms with all the sticky ooze. It smells worse than Eric's boots after a whole day watch. It's definitely gonna get in there. Oh, open this up. I hope I find the evidence. That's up here. Yeah, they're pretty cool. The explode one that was pretty rad. What is that additional? You see, I like this, but I might just. I think the scatter shot might be like pretty OP. I might make this. And then this, yeah, perfect. think I like the crossbow the most right now. I'll be willing to get rid of damage by 2. I'd really get rid of that and get get an additional stone. Pretty hard. Speed run.
Huh?
Get too close to this, bro. So I know these caves by heart. The mountain has been my home for more than 4 years, and I care to remember it, not by choice. Never forget that. I'm not sure what you're talking about. You remind me of myself. I was also driven into Crowcrest on an almost impossible quest, but I was captured by trolls and forced to live here in darkness far from my loved ones. Hate to interrupt you, but it's time for your sob story. Sob is not mine alone for everyone, but you're right. Now it's not the time. Every moment you waste brings dwarves and elf fairies closer to slaughter and trolls, nearer to victory. Now dwarf off with you. Go ahead and take this potion. Those are overpowered. What is this guy up to, man? Alright, we gotta go get it. I'll be in there. Let's go. So what's the lever that lets me get here? Ah, yes. I did that wrong. Switched too many times. Get up. Get that troll. Get his head off. What me? No, don't hurt me. Alright, right? You regret attacking the dwarves. A dwarf? I've never harmed a dwarf in my life. I've never seen one either. Well, aside from the old dwarven statues in Hordai City. You smell as bad as a lie you tell. You will die, filthy troll warrior. Listen, dwarf, Vladimir is no warrior. I gather herbs and catch bugs, not swing weapons. You must be looking for Vandra soldiers. Those brutes would fight over a scrap of meat.
Huh?
Well, Dad always told me not to fight someone who doesn't offer battle, but can you tell me where Vandra soldiers are? I need to bring back the head of a nasty troll on a pike. Oh man, here I thought Vandra and her brutes were cruel. Cough. I must bring proof to Chief Tane. That troll showed real. Vandra attacked him into believing that elf fairies raided the village and now seeks his revenge. There will be war unless I bring him patrol head. Nobody will believe me otherwise. Chief Tane, the rest think you trolls are just myth, boogeymen from bedtime stories. Your reasons are your own. There's a camp not far from here. Warriors gathered there could be the ones that raided your village. Follow me, I'll show you the way. Thank you. Max out. Ooh.
Nala.
There it is, dwarf. The village where Vandra's goons are in camp. No more grub, eh? Well, I guess I'll go patrol then. Gotta make sure none of those nasty blight monsters following us again. You're not afraid of them, those black critters give me the creeps. Not me. If they dare attack me, grunts. Sledge. They're awful. Alright, let's go take these cats out. With ease, boy. Is that so? Yeah. I might go ahead and upgrade this again, man. This stuff. This nothing's not upgraded. Oh, that was you, cousin Gorak. That's Blobby, you taken a prisoner by the enemy.
No!
The trolls that attacked my village. Set my cuz free, else I'll smash your head and sledge it. Don't be silly, cuz Vandra is thrilling me. Dwarf spared my life. What are you saying, Blobby? How do you sledge to knock some sense into you? You don't understand, Greg. The dwarf is merciful and not dangerous. I don't want to fight Greg, but I use my turrets if I have to. Turrets. You're a warsmith, like from the ancient tales? Just let it go our separate ways. I can't let you leave with dwarven hammer. It's part of my heritage. Not sledgy. You're a cool dwarf. Here, she's yours. Take care of her.
Ole.
And you take care of yourself, Grog, by staying away from Valdry. Oh, dang. Hold the dash button to smash Grog's hammer to the ground, dealing 100 damage and 3 knockbacks. Charge. Okay. trying to use that Warhammer, but I don't know how to do it. I'll hold it. Okay, I guess he left. I didn't mean to break that box there. Keep hitting the wrong turret. I think I just need to switch them. I need to save that this part right here instead of trying to kill those little people right from the beginning. This a lot smarter. Yeah, I needed to use that super ability when they swarm me there. And back it goes, I guess. Not back, filthy. Cough. The blight fog is here. You don't want to face things that come out of it. Follow me, we have to run. Get out of here, Brody.
No.
Are you alright? I'm alright. Oh, yeah, the blood. That's blood, alright. Must breathe too much blood fog. We need to go and please to our friend. Blue shrooms grow deep in the case. Shroomdale Den, 4 of them should be enough to cleanse the poison from my body. Then we'll lead you to the surface. I'll stay here just to catch my breath. Don't worry about me, dwarf friend. I'll be fine. Oh, dang, I gotta save buddy. Sure you okay, man? Alright, we gotta go save our homie. The gate must lead deeper in the mountain, but how do we open it? Let's hurry. If lover dies, we'll never home. Dad's getting home. Don't trust that troll. Your call. Okay. Another stone tablet looks much older than the one at Fort Stonewall. Let me see what it says. Didn't you even wanted to? Hail, traveler, the caverns of Funga Cave are the domain of the eternal kings of Crowmark. All who walk these. What? Lost your words? No, the rest of it is scraped off like someone destroyed it on purpose. Yes, I know. was dead anyways. Alright. They move. I walk over. Instead, I put one. Betray the village in order to get a leg, so the elves can get a leg up, but that's not the case. Need the key. Maybe I'll find the key over here. Need the kilo guy. Can I turn my mic up a little bit? Am I not loud enough? I can. I can also move my mic closer to me. Just like this. Is this better? Or am I still a little quiet?
Huh?
Well, I can always cut the game down too. The game like right here. And always lower the music a little bit. No. Let's get all these points. You're welcome. Yeah, I think I need to go back. I'm pretty sure that was everything over there. You know, Blamir. We are both outcasts from our people, and many times we have met over food and tea, traded goods and stories. I urge you to push on. With every moment, the creeping blood eats away at Blamir's flesh inside. Oh no, I only need 2 more. I don't like those filthy guys. This game is very much run away from all the evil. I want to know how to get over there. I'll just go up here first. I don't think I need to go that way. I need to go this way. Move fast. Gotta move fast. Okay, I found a potion. So Johnny, you ain't catching Pokemon anymore? I need to figure out how to get myself on this side. Be in there. We missed the dodge. I have a full upgrade right now. I know I can dash into the So I have 40, so I can either get faster DPS. I might get more DPS on my blades. Oh, let's get out of here. Because the ones I use the most are the melee, and then I use the cross, like the scatter shot. Tower defense. That's all this game is. Tower defense, RPG. I think it's a neat concept. Okay, I got the last mushroom.
Huh.
Completed. Circle. You have the shrooms. I'm in your debt, dwarf. Look at us making history. Dwarf spares the it saves the troll's life. Here comes the hard part. I have to eat the shrooms. Munch, raw, yuck, yuck. Why a medicine always so bitter? Well, I feel better already. Now, as far as promised, the journey won't be easy. Iron Ore River leads to the surface. To reach it, we have to pass through the Tuscarora outpost and Long Drop Ledge. They're always swarming with Vandra's warriors, but I'm sure trolls are no match for your machines of war. Let's go, dwarf friend. Let's ride. The gate requires some teamwork. Send a left pressure and I'll take care of the right. Alright. Go. Made it to the next zone. We did a little dying, but we made it. Alright. Always collecting these tokens. You shouldn't exert yourself, Blamir. The creeping poison is deceitfully strong. Listen to you. Even after a short walk, you're breathing like a war boar. I always keep my word and promise young dwarf here I'll show him the way up to the surface. And find route you've taken straight through the slave Tuscarora outpost. No, it's safe, I promise. Warlord Crump and his brutes are always in Hordal. The outpost is practically empty, but I will go ahead and scout. Make sure it's all clear. Vladimir means well, but trolls will never leave their outpost and defend it. Luckily, I've just a tool to root them out. Its beauty is the battle axe turret, a skull splitter, arm chopper, granite. It is slow, but the great deals great damage in a single. Okay. Keep your eye. Oh, dude, I'm gonna love this, dude. All right. You know what? much health does this thing have? I wonder if this break. I'm gonna get rid of this stuff. Put it on. Yeah, here. Yeah, bro. Oh my gosh. Yep. This is just the weapon I want. This map most definitely is like, use this splash. Okay. All our packs are horrible down there, not an instrumental, and me watching this hunk of rock with a stupid face. Watching more than that, dimwit, warlord to keep invasion safe. Otherwise, he'll mince us for a stew. Huh? If only we had some stew. So hungry I might eat you. Sunlight turn you. Invasion plans. Is this the reason trolls are trying to start a war between us and Alfaris? Where, just imagine, Tane's face if he showed up with those plans. He'd be redder than his nose. But they must be heavily guarded. Just need to get us through here alive. Come on. Alright.
Huh? Ah.
These are dwarven runes. Hail and welcome, traveler. Mead halls of food for the hunger, rest for the weary. I can make sense of the rest. Most of the tablet destroyed, but my ancestors built this place. Makes sense. Not even sure trolls know how to build anything. Oh dang it! Y'all messed up for that. Something tells me I'm just gonna be using this melee guy right here the whole time. gonna. Yeah, I don't need. Can I sell this? Weaken everything. No. We got this. This is getting better. Okay, so what was that all about? Last time I didn't get past the trolls. That was a lot easier. Tokens and I can get this and that.
Huh?
Two Sons by Silk for Call, never heard of it. Oh. I wonder what's on this side. And she's in like every room. Yeah, this works. Easy money. It's like a side area. I gotta find the key. Key. These are troll scribbles, but I can read it. These symbols are very similar to Dwarven runes only. More messy. Our vamp has us breeding no bats non-stop. The new pack seems awfully feisty, but no worries. They ain't nothing some meat on a stick can't tame. Snog the monster master. That's what the monsters around here are nasty as trolls. That's Let's go. Can't kill me. I'm close. Alright, need to find that key. Find it. Got a souped up axe. Do that again. What happens? I'm bleeding. Alright, let's get on. Let's roll. And we out. Go bump up the crossbow. Need to get it to range it. Now where do I need to go? I guess up. Right on this side. Literally, like, there was the key up here. No, I just like walked up here and then walked away, I think. Oh, damn. They got me. Turtle, last of them, huh? Take that, big nasty smelly bullies. Now let's grab the invasion plans and get out of here fast.
Huh.
Let's see what those battle plans say. Oh no, it looks like Witch Queen Vandra has created an elixir that prevents the trolls from turning into stone and sunlight. That's so they were going to attack the Braca village. Bersiat Warlord Kravump is to muster all 7 troll hordes for an invasion of the surface. If their plan works, we're doomed. We need to get back to the village quick and warn the others. I don't understand. You have knowledge of the ancient warsmiths. Why do you hide? A wise warrior knows when to fight and when not to. Besides, when I escaped my captivity, Witch Queen Vandra cursed me to share the fate of the trolls, and I too came to fear the sun. Look, your arm, solid stone. I think myself lucky that only my arm turned to stone. In desperation, I went into sunlight to see if Vandra's curse was real, so having only one hand limits my ability to fight. But Slav Vandra's brewed an elixir that helps trolls withstand the sunlight. They're pale. They're planning to invade the surface. How dare you think I managed to venture outside? One arm is more than enough to steal a vial, but I don't know the Witch Queen started mass producing the elixir. Listen, trolls use the place to transport what's left of their food to the Horrible City. Finding and destroying their supply wagon will buy time and more than yours. Alright, let's get on this. What happens if they ring the huge bell? Alarm bell. We don't want to let us see us. Okay. They're just gonna ring it anyways. not in there. So I can't get that bottom barrel, but I can easily sneak up here. No. I would need help. That sucks. Try it one more time and then I'm probably gonna be getting tired. Oh dang. Yes, now I remember how. I put like a range. Oh my gosh, I didn't pay attention. All right.
Huh?
Oh, I didn't even need to do that. I'm so silly. Okay, this is for real my last one.
No.
I might have to hop off here for night, guys. I'm getting tired. And it's late. I'm gonna save here. Thank you all. Hold on. I had fun playing this. I'm gonna play this before I get back into Heavy Rain. Thank you all for watching me play what is it? I'm playing Dwarf? Yeah. Sorry, Dwarf. And I'm having fun. It's been a small little RPG. Got some tower defense, some dungeon crawling. It's about a dwarf who's trying to stop a troll invasion from causing a war and killing his family and these elves and a whole bunch of people on the planet because the trolls were locked in a cave or something like that. But yeah, it's been pretty cool. Hopefully we can continue this journey together all this week, later this week. Other than that, your boy is going to sleep. I'm I'm out. See ya.